How's it going? There we go. There we go. Sitting here, it's like switch, switch, maybe. There we go. Anyway. Happy Saturday. So, a little bit of a bonus stream. Normally around this time, I have a... What is going on with my layout? Okay, okay. This is... No. No. What? Better. This just sort of sets the tone for what today's going to be like, huh? All right. So, we have a little to-do list over here. Stuff we're short on. The big one, and like next one we can actually like work on, is going to be EIBs. What's that? Encased industrial beams. They're basically the material that the Tier 4 belts are made from. And what we've got here in the Mega Factory at Spire Coast is not producing them anywhere near fast enough. Come here, I'll show you. This guy here. It's been sitting here for hours, and it hasn't even filled that bin. We need to get this up and running. Faster, better, stronger, you know, more efficient. Fortunately, I've been scouting locations, and I have a plan. So, let's start at the beginning. We have a pick list. Let's start pulling our pick list. That's what this factory is for, after all. The spot I've picked is out in the Rocky Desert. Because if there's one thing that there's a lot of out in the Rocky Desert, it's coal. And coal is very useful for anything that involves steel, and this very much involves steel. I could make a big old line here that does nothing but make EIBs, but the problem with that is that it pulls from the materials here. I'd like to avoid that if possible. I love how when you're running in a straight line and it's like, I'm going to grab onto this ladder now. It's like, okay. Let's see. A little bit more. Don't really need the screws right now. I'm just following the pick list on the right-hand side. 5, 10, there we go. Will this list be absolutely everything we need? Probably not. There's probably some things I haven't thought of that I'll have to come back for. That's pretty normal. But this at least gives me somewhere to start from, you know? Cable. Have some iron parts. And I think I should pick up some additional concrete on the way out. Because, you know, it's the one thing you need before starting any factory is just a bunch of, like, foundation building material, because we're going to have to put down a big slab and then build on it. It's the way any new factory starts. I'm not worried about these, because we just built a big old factory to do nothing but build these. So I'm pretty confident that if I pull everything I need from here, it'll refill in very little time. That right there is the lift that's bringing it in from the train station. You can see it emptying out. That indicates that the two assemblers above are now, you know, fully empty. But this is the one from the train station. So you can see it's continuing to fill straight from the train station. Same thing here. 200, 300. All those rotors. I'd also like to... Let's add stators to the list, actually. Stators are becoming something of a problem. Fortunately, those both use the same basic component, steel pipes. So we may be able to build that into our current build. At least that would make sense to me. Some motors and some miners. I know everybody's like, why would you have a manufacturing recipe that just builds automated miners when you can do it on the bench? It's like, that makes sense. But there's one thing. What if you could just automate it and not have to deal with it? Nuke! Whole bin full of automated miners. Thank you. I'll take some. Done. It's not like they chew many parts. Very many parts at all. What I'm thinking here, long-term plan, we build the EIB factory. We've had phase 3 complete for a little while now, so we might as well push that one forward. The reason why I'm thinking that is because my ideal version of the if we go back and look at our list, rubber and plastic are sort of the next things on the list. My ideal version of that requires a recipe that uses blenders, which requires aluminum. And the quickwire factory that I'm thinking of building actually requires the rubber factory to exist. So I'm thinking, we build the EIB factory, but then we push a little bit of progression. Get aluminum up and running. That way I've got the ability to build blenders. Then I can go make the rubber and plastic factory, build blenders to do the diluted fuel recipe, and then build a huge fuel power plant with all of the residue. That's my plan anyway. But first things first, we need an EIB factory. And I have chosen this spot, which we will also call the Azure Pyro style spot. There are 3 limestone nodes close to here. They're normal quality, which isn't great, and that's going to be a limiting factor later. But I figure we can get at least 96 EIBs a minute out of those limestone nodes. There are 3 pure iron nodes in this area. You can see the other 2 down there. More than enough to do 96 EIBs a minute. There's some water. The water will help because we're going to use it with the wet concrete recipe to try and make the most out of that limestone. Turn it into as much concrete as we can. There's actually also a 4th limestone node. It's like down there past that tower, right around there. Which, oh, you better believe we're going to use that. The other thing is, and these things are made of steel parts. We need a lot of steel pipes to make this work. So we need coal. Up at the top of that cliff, right about there, is 3 pure coal nodes. A lot of times people will build like a coal power plant in the early game there. Well, we're gonna build a big old EIB mill from that. We're gonna use all that coal to make steel. And if memory serves, remember I was talking about maybe add stators to that? If I remember correctly, over about there, there's a pure Caterium node. And we could do quickwire stators. Let's do the EIB mill first, though. But yeah, good spot. Good spot. And the limitations on the size of this factory are going to be where the nodes are, so it's going to limit our space somewhat. So let's think along the lines of a big box sort of going that way. Unfortunately, the world grid is going like full 45 degrees, what I need here, so I'm not going to build this one on the world grid. How does my angles look there? I don't like it. This is the one downside to using the infinite zoop mod, is that, like, if you don't like it and you put down a big pad, well, you gotta pick it up the slow way. The reason I don't like it is the angle is a little bit wonk. I think I want to turn it a little. See, it was going that way. Thinking, no, let's go like that way a little bit more, so it's a little bit more flush with this. I wonder, can we go even more? Yeah, I think that's more to my liking. Excuse me. Violence. Cat commits violence. I don't like you. You're stinky. No. Cool kids don't look at explosions. All right. Yeah, I think I like that. I think I like that. This is mostly just a railing that marks this as the edge of the factory, that I don't want to go any more in that direction. Mostly because there's a big rock there. This way... Again, big rock. And the nodes we need are, like, right there. We go over a little. Go over a little. Sod off, you wanker. It also is like, keeps me from falling off if I accidentally back off the edge, you know? Now, how are we going to be getting all of this product out of here? My plan is train. We go for a little jaunt in this direction. Can see I've built a big old roundabout over there, and there is a train line coming in this direction that I just haven't finished. That's how we're going to get material in and out of here. And we've even got a power line that's been going right through this area. That power line has been there since we went and built the hydroelectric dam at like tier 3. It's been here for a while. Even added some geothermal generators. But first things first. We need to get iron in here. So I'm thinking right about here. 3 iron nodes. 3 inputs. Try again, come on. I need to line these up. This is a critical alignment. That looks lined up now. Yeah. Not quite. I think I had it right the first time. The major limiting factor of any new factory is your ability to get material out of the ground to feed it. That is your number one limitation. Actually, can we turn you slightly? Baby? Baby? No. Too far away. Closer. There we go. Baby. It will probably bring me nuclear waste later. If anything, if I've learned nothing from this playthrough, it's that. Hello there, dear. Come on. There we go. If I'll be honest with you, I'm amazed at reach. Violence. Very good. But there's our 3 iron inputs. First things first, smelt it down. I have a plan. You know, as usual. I mean, come on, if you've watched this far, you know how I do this. All right, let's see. Looks good. Let's see, a total of 30 divided by 4 each. That's a total of 8. I put down 2, so yeah, 6 remaining. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Will one more fit? That is the question. Oh, that just barely fits. I'm not gonna do that because I actually need room to bring that limestone node in. And I have room on this end. There's no actual need. If anything, it just gives me more idea how far out factory needs to go. Which, I'm not sure of that right now at all. All I could do is just sort of guesstimate? Until I put down all of the buildings in my sort of staged manner. Remember when I did the last factory, I sort of staged everything first? Put it down where I think it was going to go. If I don't like it, I go back and I rip it up and put it back down again. Until I do that, I'm not really sure how big the factory is going to be. But that's the smelters. Next, foundries. 8 of those. I do want them to sort of cap off the end of the smelters. I want them to line up with it. But also maybe give it a little bit of room. That way I've got some room to get in there, you know? The count on this was 22, and they're 3 each, so it's a total of 8. We put down 2, so that's 6. And that's our count. So 2 down. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. Yeah, one more. Did I leave enough room? Yep, I've still got a free aisle over there. That's good. I'm gonna need that for later. I may need to clear out those trees. Those trees may be causing problems. We'll see. And that should be it for the foundries. Okay. Those are staged. Next thing, constructors. 44 of them, 4 each, so that's 11 blueprints. I, again, would like to line them up with the foundries, so let's get to the far end. Yeah, line them up, like, right on that neat little line there. Here we go! Come on. There we go. Up just a little, like, there we go. See? Right on that line. Need 11 of these. That's the first one. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. So that's our... Basically what we've got is turning iron ore into iron ingots. Then we add the coal to make steel. And then here, the steel ingots are turned into steel pipes. And then we have the final assembly step to actually add the concrete and turn the pipes into EIPs, because we're using the pipes recipe, because at the moment it's much more efficient than using the base one, because it uses a full, like, 25% less steel per unit. And that adds up quickly. It looks like in 1.0 that's going to get updated. I'll make judgments about it at that time, see how I feel. But once again, I want there to be some gap there. That way I've got some room to work. But now I'm sitting here thinking, there is one more row of things that I want to put in here. Maybe I should position that first. Figure out if it's staged correctly. There's going to be an input right there that I need to align. This is the refineries. Let's see, okay, inputs are on that side. Did I do that correctly? I don't think so. That looks lined up correctly. With refineries, my alignment point is making sure these two, like, ladders abut one another. Because if you look here, that's the way it is normally when you've got two right next to each other. That's how I know they're lined up correctly. And the fact that that aligns tells me that's lined up correctly. The two input boxes back there and there are going to be bringing in limestone. There's also going to be a third one from, like, give it, I don't know, right about there. It's going to come from that limestone node back there. And then, you know, bring in all the limestone to this line. Feed into these refineries doing the wet cement recipe. So we have that much room to put the assemblers in this row. So yeah, I'd say we've got room. Need to clear out the vegetation, obviously. Let's see. See, this is 24 divided by 3, so a total of 8. We put down 2. That leaves 6 more. So, 2 down. Three. 4. I've run out of some materials. This always happens. Oh well. Doesn't really matter how good you are at planning ahead. You can't foresee everything. Front door. Hi, Frank. All the factory beans are named Frank. Don't know why, it just is. Did that clip through the... It did clip through the ground. I don't like that. Gonna be the primary power for this place. Let's put in double wall socket. Go to that, and go to that. And then this to the power towers. This is going to be EIB mill. The reason I don't call it like Rocky Desert is because there's multiple different factories in the Rocky Desert. There's already the steel mill. So it's like I have to differentiate them somehow. Hi, Sam! How's it going? How's the audio? Please tell me the audio's not...
Nice.
Thank you for the redeem, Sam. How's it going this morning? I hope you're doing well. Good! Good! It's nice to hear that the audio is actually behaving itself correctly this time. I went through and like double checked everything last night just to make sure, but I was so dead tired. I collapsed immediately last night. Just had room care with a new nurse. I hope new nurse was good. Or at least competent. Took the hell out of me, but I'm doing okay-ish. Understandable. Understandable. I'm glad you're doing okay-ish. Oh, good. I'm glad she was good. I'm glad. So the nice thing about building this factory... right where it is it's literally one hyper tube up the row from a steel mill. So if I'm ever low on steel parts to build it with, I just go up one factory, grab some steel parts, and come back. So, let's see. What was our count at? We need 3 more. I'm definitely going to need to go downstairs and do some weed whacking. Come on. Build. There we go. How many left? 1 more. Did we go off the edge of the factory there? We did. Okay. That's fine. That tells me the factory needs to expand a little bit. Oh, that didn't help. Wrong. Try that again. Here we go. So what we're doing, Sam, is we're building an encased industrial beams factory out in the desert. It's going to be our project for today. This will also have, like, stators as a secondary product, because they are built from the pipes. They have a base material in common. So the factory is going to be about that big. Give or take some. I think I've gone a little too far in this direction over here. So, what if I instead pull that down? And, like, trim it a bit in this direction. Not bad. And this leaves, like, sort of a big open lobby area, which I kind of like doing. I like having the little open lobby, because it, like, I don't know, it feels a little bit more real to me when there's a little open area right in front. And one of the fun things I can do with this, which we haven't really done yet, is I like each factory to have a little spot that I call the tube hub. Each factory has a little spot where a whole bunch of travel tubes to get around the world meet. And you can sort of pick, you know, which tube you want, which way you want to go. For this one, I'm thinking 4 tubes. Because there's the one that comes in from the steel mill, which is this one here. I don't like having one at a quarter angle, a 90-degree angle to them, because it's very easy to just get swept up into another one, and if you don't want to go that way. I know some people build hypertube systems that way, where it's like if you lean left or right, that's how you pick the direction you want to go. I actually like having a little bit of a no, you actually have to stop and move your Pioneer to pick your direction. It works much better for my, like, autism brain, because I have to stop and think about what I'm doing and where I'm going and what I'm trying to accomplish. But what we will do, I'm going to put a little sign here. This one goes to the steel mill. There we go. This one, I think, is going to go to the local train station. And these two, well, that's for later. There's going to be one that goes to Pelosi Island and the one that goes to Quartz Gulch, but you will see those later. That's much, much later. So... yeah. Go. I don't think we need... yeah, okay. Let's do a little bit of cleaning downstairs. I'm going to use this one right here. Put in a little door. And some ADA compliant ramp stairs. Nope, that goes right into the miner. Come on. There we go. There we go. Nice, convenient ramp walkway to get up and down. Here. You take that. That way I can get downstairs fairly easily. Now, really, it's just a matter of hooking all of this up. We should probably... Oop. Probably do the limestone nodes next. So, yeah, I'm going to talk to Sam for a bit while you're here. I hope you're still listening. Yes, 2 streams a day on Friday is definitely way too much. Next time we have a chance to sit down and review the schedule and change the schedule, yes, I'm probably going to change that. The only thing about those 2 Friday streams is that both involve other people, so I need to coordinate with other people. You know, the Friday morning stream with Kat, well, I need to talk to Kat. See if we can find a better day for it. The TransXP TTRPG tabletop session, well, there's like 4 people I need to coordinate with. I can't just make these decisions unilaterally. Fortunately, I am the scheduler, so it's just like, well, live and learn. 2 in 1 day is too much. So, I just need to make sure next time I don't put 2 on a single day. Because that was rough. Okay. This is going to be the limestone input. Wait, oh, right. There you go. All 3 of those are limestone inputs. It really is all one of those, like, live and learn kind of things, you know? It's like, okay, well, now I know not to do that again. Also, I think it would be better on cat, as well as just me. I don't like that. Let's put the... No. Conveyor input there. There's actually going to be a fourth limestone node input, but deal with that later. There we go. My general goal is to, go today as long as it takes to build this particular factory, but, if I start getting tired of making mistakes, it's like, it's time to stop. Clearly learned that. Was it Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday. The days blur together. Well, that's too long. I need to think of a better way to do this. It's like, you can see what my brain was going for there. Let's do that a little differently, I think. Ah! Sort of a steel truss bridge, you know? Let's see. That looks better. Cool. I think that looks much better. I actually kind of want to get this one up and running first, because it's literally making cement, which is useful for the rest of the build process. Come along, Sir Digby. Okay. Another reason why to do that one first is it's useful because it helps us with, hey, now we have an excuse to bring power around. Come on, upsy daisy. Where did I put the power sockets? Oh, there they are. How do I want to get that over there? Not from here. Just looks silly. Let's go around the corner. See, that looks much better. So let's go, like, put a socket nub there. And the nice thing about this is I can then just keep putting socket nubs for each row that I've already planned out. That's the constructors. That's the foundries. This one, I'm actually going to do a special little nub. Put a double right there. Not just for the smelter line, but so that we can put another miner out here. So I'm going to need to go back and power all those miners we've already put up. Normally on Saturdays this time I have a D&D game, but right now the DM of the Saturday D&D game is looking for a new place, a new apartment. And apartment hunting is taking up much of their, like, time, mental resources, consciousness spoons. Which, fucking fair. I can't argue with that in good conscience, so, yeah. Saturdays are free for a little while. And I'll be dead honest with you, Sam. I wanted to stream. I wanted to. Off he goes. Alright, we're gonna need another double socket over here. I like it going through the belt like that. Looks gross. Above is better. But that end to that miner. And I'm going to put another one right here-ish. We're basically setting up our major, like, electrical circuit that's going to handle most of this factory. This is the assemblers. The constructors. The foundries. Okay. So Digby. I don't like that. I do have something of a fear of heights, so it's like I manage that by, you know, having the wall so that I don't fall off. I know I can probably save myself, but it's just like, it's one of those... Your responses aren't always logical. Besides, having the wall there, it's good for OSHA compliance. You know, OSHA compliance on this world where it's like you're the only one on it. Honestly, I want to stream too, but I am not good hosting material right now because I'm in leagues and leagues of pain. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. wait until you feel like you can, like, actually be a good host. It's like, if I don't have the patience for it, I'm not a good host. All right, these boys, we're gonna do a little work here. Did I line that up correctly? I did. Hell yeah. All right, one of those miners does not have power. I should fix that. That was not something I intended to do. Those are all double socket nubs. I didn't mean to do that. No. Because I was pulling from a double socket nub. That's why. It kept doing that. Okay, let's do that again. Okay, that's correct. Now, right, this guy, this iron miner right here. Where do you come up? Right about there-ish. So what if we move you slightly? And then connect it off the assembly line, because why not? It's right there. Let's do a little work here. It's hard to figure in a half of a catwalk piece into a blueprint. You can hear the miner kicking on now. But yeah, this is the last major factory I want to do before we push progression a little into phase 4 and start working on aluminum. I really need to go downstairs and do some weed whacking. In fact, let's do that next. Get out the big old weed whacker. Kids, don't do this at home. Don't run with an active chainsaw. And this is one of those reasons why I like the Super Chainsaw mod, because it makes this so much less tedious. One thing about not being in North Forest is doing that doesn't immediately fill my inventory. Because there's not actually as much greenery out here. Alright. Did I connect? No, I don't think I connected these. And all the limestone now kicks off. So now it has somewhere to go. This is gonna get noisy. Okay, noise is over. I do love a sea of green lights, though. Good stuff. Okay. I do want to kick off the concrete first. I'm going to need water for that. Make a little bridge here. I'm going to turn it into a little jetty out over the water, little dock. Now, the recipe here, my exact numbers, calls for 600 a minute, which is 5? But there's a thing with fluids. It's like, sure, I could make a big single pipe that pumps in from the middle, or I could do it a little better that makes the fluids a bit happier if I do two sides, feed them from either side, and meet in the middle. The fluids tend to work better that way. So what I'm doing is 2 300 pipes. This essentially makes 1 600 pipe, which is what this calls for. And that's where I run out of rotors, apparently. Alright. Stop for parts. Birds. Something I might do is redirect the tubes on the steel mill so that they're right next to each other, so I don't have to sit here and hop around and do this, little dance to go through the steel mill. Save that for later. I say that a lot, don't I? I pulled from this bin right as we started. That's all it's managed to do in all that time. It's part of the problem, why we need a factory building those. In fact, you know what? Since I'm thinking about it, and it's going to annoy me until I do something about it. Excuse me, Frank. I am out of copper sheets. Great. I stopped to do one thing because it annoyed me, and I just realized I didn't have the parts to finish it. Great. Rabbit holes upon rabbit holes. I should move that pipe. actually. Come to think of it, I'm not just going to get one stack of that. Because I'm about to build water pipes. Like a bunch of water pipes. I can plan at least a little ahead, right? Just a little. So, where's the music? Oh. I usually shut it down at the end of stream. I didn't bring that back. Must have forgotten to turn it back on. The game feels weird without it. No, that's not what I want. There we go. There we go. Now I don't have to parkour over all the furniture just to get to the other side. You know, proper tube hub, kind of like this. Alright. We were going to build pipes. Hi, Frank. How do we even get up there when it doesn't technically fully connect? Whatever. Its sound is just so satisfying to me. You're kind of in the way, Frank. I don't want to impale you with a pipe like I did last time. Yuck. I don't like that. Hmm. Do I actually have enough rise height? I seem to. Now, figure out where these guys are going. Essentially, long story short, whenever you put a fluid through a T-junction, it splits the current flow in half, one in each direction. 3 ways if you're using all 4. And then it splits again, and splits again, leaving you with, you know, a fraction of what you originally had by the time you get here. This is one of the reasons why it's fluids prefer to be fed one from either side, as opposed to like a big one in the middle that then splits and splits and splits and splits and splits. That's the logic behind doing 2 pipes coming in and meeting in the middle. So let's have one come in from there. And the other one, I want to have come in right about here. It wants to go in that way. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I want, so. Now I have some valves. I need rubber. I'll need to go back and get rubber at some point. But it doesn't need to be right this second. Didn't need 2 there. There we go. Okay. Now I know my water insertion points. Do that right now. Yeah. All right. Yes, I'm clipping through the rock, but it's underneath the factory where no one should be looking in the first place, so I'm not going to see it. I don't care. The whole point of a logistics explorer is to put things out of sight and not have to see them. Which is essentially the underbelly of this particular factory. And now I'm out of iron rods. Okay. That may be a hard stop. Yeah, I can't connect those 2 without it. Okay. Should go up there and check and see if that first one is actually flowing or not. I'm willing to bet it's not. because the only rise pump we put was at the very beginning. Oh my god, I think it's flowing. Not quite. Yeah, these guys are not actually running. Okay, that makes sense. We're going to need to put additional rise pumps in there. Because the one rise pump we used at the very start was 50 meters of head lift, and I think those refineries are just slightly above that. And while we're over here, let's grab some rubber. All right, topped up. So, how's everybody doing today? Happy Saturday. Okay. Just gonna make these single direction. It sounds like, yeah, it's flowing. Barely. Flow is weak, but it is flowing. There you are. Now they're connected, we just need to do something about the flow rate. Fortunately, it's not giving me any guidance, which is unfortunate, but just have to make do. See flow rings there. That's right, these things have 50 meters of head lift, not 20. So from this point, it says it goes up 30 meters. Now the thing to do is to go and check the lower ones and see how much head lift they say they're currently doing. Hi, Frank. Excuse me, Frank. And see, these guys are also doing 30 meters of head lift, which, if you add those two up, means the total lift required to get to where we're going is a total of 60 meters. So, honestly, I feel like putting those two there is almost exactly in the middle. Remember, those things do 50 meters, so one set was never going to be enough. So putting one exactly in between, which I actually feel like I pretty much nailed there. Almost exactly in between the two. And I can hear the refineries running, so I'm going to do one thing. And I connect those two. So what's happening now is we're getting 300 from each side, and they're all meeting in the middle, and I put little one-way control valves on either side to make sure it's only flowing in one direction and we don't get any backflow. Because the valves act as backflow preventers. And there you go. Concrete is being made. So, we're making two base parts now. We are making concrete, and we're making iron bars. Iron ingots, right over here. There you go. The foundries combine the coal in to make steel. The constructors turn the steel into pipes. The pipes go into the assemblers, where we combine it with concrete to make the final product. That's the plan. But we need to do this bit. I just messed that up, didn't I? Yep, I absolutely did. always seems to be the second one in each set. Yeah, second one in each set. I can do basic pattern recognition. Alright, let's program these. We're going to use solid steel ingots for this. Which is iron ingots and coal. Why did we... I have not put power yet. Okay, I need to do power. Yep, there's the power. There we go. Cup of coffee. All right. Now the plan here is this bottom road's going to be incoming pipes, so I'm going to go put the cement in on the top. Yeah. While we're at it, let's program these. Encased industrial pipe. That's the recipe we're using for these. And now you can see all the concrete going in now. Which gives these refineries somewhere for all of that to go. Why are you low on water? I don't like that. Zero flow. What's happening? Zero. Zero. What about this one? Oh, that one's moving at absolutely full clip. So something's wrong with this one. Flow rate 0. But it's full. Tip for troubleshooting fluids. The pipeline floor hole is just broken a lot of the time. When in doubt, suspect the pipeline floor hole. Sometimes it just breaks. Oh yeah, max flow. Max flow. Yeah, absolutely max flow. Those rings are going crazy. Okay, yeah. The pipeline floor hole had just broken. It just breaks and doesn't allow any flow, even though it should have 100% flow. Okay. There we go. Now we're churning. Very good. And these guys are now full on iron ingots. These guys will do steel pipes. If I've done this right, as soon as these all have power, they should all show as being programmed as well. For those who have been paying attention, there's one big glaring thing I haven't done yet. Yep, yellow lights are all programmed, ready to go. Actually, there's a lot of things I need to do, but the big one is we need to bring the coal over so that these things can make steel, connect them across to the constructors so they can make the pipes, and then can connect the constructors across to the assemblers to do final production. And then we need to hook them up to a box. But the next big step on our journey is coal. It's the big thing we really haven't touched yet. It's a good thing there's a good big natural ramp right here. Whoa, we're gonna have a problem? I have a gun. Huh. I'm on retaliate. They shouldn't actually, like, attack me. Unless I hit them. Because, you know, if I wanted to play an FPS game, I'd go play an FPS game. But it's like, no, I want to build, I want to play a factory game right now. Hi, Frank. Hi, Frank. And what's that? That's a pure coal node. And another one. Maybe if we wander over here, that's the third one. So, 3 pure coal nodes. Now we just need to mine it and get it right down there. This is gonna take a little bit of work. And unfortunately, I'm going to need to do a little bit of shrubbery clearing. Excuse me, boys. Not gonna clear this whole area, I just need this little spot cleared. Nice view, though. I think what I'm going to do, so I'm going to go down to that little mesa there, and then turn 90 degrees to the left and go into the factory from there, all the while descending downward. Hate bees. But I like slugs. Now, I have a blueprint. Specifically for something like this. 3 belts and a hypertube. This is a blueprint that I call a stack. It's essentially just a stack of, belts or pipes or hypertubes or whatever. And we drag these across the landscape by, build one, connect, 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 connect. Go down a little further, build another one, connect, connect, connect. And in that way, I drag materials across the landscape. So I call them they're drag towers, because I drag them across the world. Or drag pillar. Which also lets me use the joke. What you want to do, Tristan drag and do the hula? Luau. And yes, that's kind of a transphobic joke, but it's just I'm using it. So I'm going to reclaim it, at least in this one instance. I don't know. I think I need to turn that one slightly. Is that better? Yeah, I think that's better. It's like normally if somebody came to me and said it's just I'm reclaiming that, but it's I would say you can't unless you're trans. But I am, so. Mine to reclaim. If I want to. Let's see. The only concern with that, I point it right at the miner. It's an easy way to just get your head chopped off if you're coming in too fast. Hitting the belt. So I'm just gonna do that for now. Like, that's the point where you know you need another drag tower. I need to stop switching sides with the power nub, but yeah. Down we go. I just don't like the feet sticking up, hovering in the air. I hate that. That's why I nudge it so that it's like the feet are at least, you know, built into the surface of the thing. Okay. Now that we're on the mesa, we need to start making our 90-degree turn. I figure a good spot to enter the factory with this is going to be... Ooh. Hello! Thanks for subscribing, Azure! Hey, Azure, look! It's your favorite spot! It's your favorite spot out in the Rocky Desert! I'm building a factory there. It's like, this is where you did your start location on that one playthrough. It's like, there's the ramp going up. And it's like the little river and the lake that runs through it. I'm building a factory here. Let's see, you mentioned, let's see. You mentioned Sundays and Mondays off. So did you work today? Did you inventory on Saturdays? Gotcha. So you already did inventory and came back? Or, let's see, what time is it? It's like, yeah, 5:24. It's like end of your workday there. That makes sense. Me sitting here forgetting briefly for, how time zones work. So yeah, I'm thinking our injection point's going to be right about there. So it's just, I need to get the end of these over to there. I have something of a plan how I want to do that. Oh, but now I'm running out of materials. Okay. I need to stop and get some steel. So, thank you for the subscribe, Azure. How you doing today? Home, got food, ready to loaf for a day or two. Well, they're your days off, Do appropriate self-care where needed. And in the meantime, I will sit here and entertain you with some satisfactory. Words are hard. Especially when they aren't real words. Alright. So what I'm thinking, I'm going to get out the frame ramp from the architecture. Go up that way with it. Do something like that. And then have a connecting body like that. Get it down to at least this point. Yeah, being home is my self-care. That makes sense, but it's like, if you need to eat, do it. If you need to, go piss boy, then go piss boy. whatever you need to do. But it's like, I will be here to entertain you as needed. Let's see. How far does the belt go? Goes about... Okay. Still good. Okay. That's about as far as we should go with it. All right. So I'm going to use stack pole. Like that. Okay, now we just need to go from vertical to horizontal, which is not too hard to do when arranged like this. Just gonna go do one of those and one of those. Wham bam, piece of cake. And while I'm thinking about it, hypertube connection. Oh, well, didn't actually mean to do that. And the power. Let's do a hypertube punch out hole. I'm thinking somewhere where I've got a little room. Also, I'm going to need a power punch through nub. That'll do. The front bit will connect to the hypertube, and then this will connect to the other side. Now, that just powered on all three. I will be here making jokes on the social medias. Ah, very good. Be sure to let me know if you've got any dead ringers, because I want to see them. Is that clipping through anything? No, I don't think so. Anyway, yeah, as soon as I connected that power, that kicked off all 3 of those coal miners. So I should be seeing coal on all 3 belts now. There we go. Now the question is this going to kill me? Oh boy, here goes. Nope, I think that worked fine. All right. The coal is in the factory now. I'm gonna take out my little paint tool. Nothing is funny as Hickey. That was pretty good. So we're gonna draw a little line. Across the floor. As this is the line of foundations from whence the coal came in. It's one of the few cases where I'm going to actually take the ADA accessible walkway out, because that is how the coal is going to come in. Following that yellow line. Now the question is, how high up is it? 3rd foundation up. Okay. One. 2. 3rd foundation up. And the line says I need to go up another level. So that is the level it is coming in at. Now, my main concern is it going to start clipping with the assemblers? Well, it's definitely going to clip with something. I think I need to push it up. I'm actually going to remove that for now. Still not tall enough. That looks like a good height to me. Except it clips through the walkway. Well, I just missed. Come on. There we go. Yeah. So that's up at 6. Six high. General idea here being we're gonna bring the coal in over everything and then bring it down into the line where it's needed. Which actually means I didn't even need to bring it in that low. I could go up a bit. To like maybe right there. There's always a certain amount of trial and error with these things. Now the question is, how far up do I need to go to match that here? Right there. I'm using the green guidance lines. Which means this should go about like this. All right. Let's reconnect those up. Which should be simple, considering they're actually closer together now than they were before. Come on. There we go. Do. Nice and level. And that will start feeding coal into the foundries. One thing that I should check on yeah. Only that much has coal right now. I'm actually going to make me a little reinsertion bin. Because my inventory is full of coal. Have some more coal. Now all of these foundries should be green. And making steel ingots. I'm gonna look and see if any of them aren't green. That one's yellow. Oh, because it's full. Well. Yes, I haven't built the exit yet. I would do it. Alright. Silly me. Okay. Alright. Might as well start connecting, I guess. My alignment. Yeah. Once again, it seems to be the second one in each set. Just like before. But they may not all be the same. Santa believers, no, please, anything but coal. Satisfactory enjoyers, more please. Yes, yes indeed. Because we turn that coal into things. And we hit that moment where I need to stop and get parts again. This is a constant. Isn't it a good thing that we recently made a factory that's making nothing but modular frames? Well, that's not true. It's making several other things besides modular frames, but it makes a lot of them. It's just one of those moments where it's a good thing we have it. Almost like I planned it that way. Me sitting here feeling schmug for a half second. But that one I know is connected to a constructor. That's right. Use it the seal on the belt so it doesn't go into my inventory. Yes. Neatness! Okay, I still have some in my inventory. Great. Here. That one there. If I was smart, I would just hook up each section first before I combine it. But I'm a cat. Sometimes I just like to knock things off the shelf. Okay. One moment. Speaking of knocking things off the shelf... There we go. And now I'm out of motors. All right. When I knock things off the shelf, it's people. I knock people off the shelves, and in this case, bots, which I'm not sure count as people. Probably not. Ah, whoops. What's up? Why do you use oops, Pyrocell? I got it. But thank you. Almost completely out of staters. And me taking more motors, of course, is just going to make that problem worse because, yeah, more use for stators. But we should just get this factory up and running. So we're going to need 2 miners. We've got enough materials for that. So there are a couple other things we're going to do. Before we finish with this particular factory. Though we are getting close to finishing the main part. What? I like when it's just directly halfway between. And there we go. All the foundries should have outputs, which means all these constructors should be green. Except now there are some down here that are yellow, but I'm betting that's because they're full. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly what's going on. They're full. Now, all of these assemblers should be full of concrete. They are. So now I just need to start feeding them pipes. Best thing is, with this viewing angle, I can see whether it goes into the assembler or not. Good perspective. Save that one will. Fortunately, it glides right in. There we go. There we go. Well, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Yes, now comes the question of, are we making enough pipes? Should be, if I did my math right, because I figured it for 96 EIBs a minute and 100 stators a minute. So, yeah, it's a straight through. Okay. I always get so confused by the straights. Badum-tish. See, this section has no straight throughs. last one for this section. Okay. Now I just need to belt up the rest of this line. Two, three. 1, 2, 3. And that's all the steel line. Okay, plumbers, adult film stars, and Satisfactory players be like, are we laying enough pipe? I posted a video in the meme channel about a twink getting mad over the sandwich debate. Okay, what's the sandwich debate? You'll have to fill me in on that one. Not being a twink, you know? I'm a lesbian that tends towards the butch side of things, so... Twink is sort of the exact opposite of my experience. His chat tried to tell him spaghetti on bread was a sandwich, and he lost it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm gonna take a section out of the middle here. So actually, are we on top of solid rock? No, we're not. Good. Actually, I should probably make sure that... Yeah, okay, fine. Because that is our finished product bin. No. All right, that is the basic core of the EIB factory up and running. So we've got a few tweaks to do. We need to add the stator line. I want to go through and replace the Mark III belts with Mark IV belts. And maybe put a roof on it. But that's the core. Also, we need to add, there's like one more limestone node we can belt up. The one that's like way heckin' over there. It's like 400 meters away. That's gonna be a little bit of work. But I need a break. When did I go on the air? 3 hours ago. Okay, yeah, it's break time. All right, kids. I'm gonna take a 15-minute break. We'll come back and finish this up. See you in a bit. Oop. Okay. So, of course, the first thing that happens when I go and take a break is I realize, oh man, I forgot something important. What's the one thing I forgot, chat? And so I'm sitting here making a list of, like, the things that I forgot. There are a lot of things I forgot, actually, but, like, the most important thing. So, we built a whole factory that's doing nothing but making these. How are we getting this back to the main factory? Right. We need to build trains. How could me, of all people, forget trains? Must build a train station. Hell yeah. It doesn't matter how many products I make if I don't have a way to get them to where I need them. So, like I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, there's a big old roundabout over there that I have built. And there is a train line off of the roundabout headed in this direction. I just need to finish it. Bring it over here. Let's see, railroading. Might need more cement, but that's okay. I literally have a factory nearby making it. I'm thinking I need to turn a corner and go that way. Now this particular station, most stations I would build like a turnaround point where I could just turn the corner, do a full 180, go back up the other track after it's done filling at the station. But at this one, it's going to be a through station, meaning stuff is going to go through to other stations past it, so it needs to be an infill. But stuff is still going to need to turn around on the other side. So what I'm thinking is there's going to be a station. There's going to be runaround tracks on either side, and I think that a roundabout on the far side so stuff can do it, still turn around. Which is also important because the continuation of that line, well, it's gonna go up, there's a little cave back there. That feels too far down. Nice big sweeping curve. Ugh. Iris, Tyler, you there? I think you've gone AFK. I'll deal with it. Oh, you got it too. Okay, cool. That's a case of we both did the thing at the same time. By a fraction of a second, yeah. Ran out of concrete. I'm having a thought. How do I want to do this? Unban them, just ban them again. And stay out. Exactly. Exactly. Unban you just to ban you again. Come on. Boy, it just does not want to line up, does it? There you go. We're getting closer. Closer. Now I'm running out of all kinds of parts. Okay. That's what I'm thinking. It's essentially this becomes a two-level factory, where this floor where the actual factory is, and then an upper floor where the station is, but the two are coming in at completely different angles, so they're actually not going to physically connect. They'll be at two different elevations, but they're going to be physically different factories, or physically different platforms, really, you know? Yeah. Let's go get some parts. But at this point, I get my exercise playing Satisfactory because I'm always running out of parts. You're not wrong. That is sort of the gameplay loop in a nutshell. My thinking right now is I'm gonna keep streaming until I get tired at this point. Or, you know, I completely finish everything on my checklist for this factory, whichever comes first. Thinking through this. Hmm. So essentially there's 3 tracks here. There's going to be the central station, and then there's going to be a runaround on each side. With a roundabout at the far end. So the central backbone should probably be the station itself. So, 1, 2... Two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So it should be about here. Now we find out how my alignment is. Did I plan well? 1, 2, 3. Now over on this side, it's going to be the runaround track. Which will then connect up here to sharp a turn. And then on this side, there's going to be another runaround track, which basically just skips the station and goes directly into the roundabout, which is going to be useful for trains that are not stopping here and continuing on to whatever's beyond. Question is, does it connect? No, just like the other side, it needs to be further back. Okay. Yeah. Station. We're gonna call it Rocky Desert. No power. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Doesn't quite work. 2, 3. Alright, so maybe put the center line right about here. The roundabout needs to not be perfectly in the center line with the station, because the station can't connect to the roundabout at, like, head on. It has to curve slightly. And, that's also why there's like a 5 foundations of spacing between the two. So let's put a lookout tower down. Yeah, there's a cave. You can actually see it from here. That cave heads towards grassy fields. And, like, Azure, your favorite spot for, like, going in with a chainsaw. I call that area Quartz Gulch and Coalinga. You know, other people call it other things. Yes, Azure. Trees. So, I'm thinking that track joins like that. That track joins like that. And then this track departs pretty much linearly like that. And then whenever we get to the point where we're going up that cave right there, we just, you know, build a line off of this roundabout and go that way. For the moment, pretty much everything coming in here is going to come into this station and then use the roundabout to turn around. Let's see. Rocky Desert is an official color is orange. There we go. Now label these. Encased industrial beans. That's car 1. Car 2. I'm going to put up this cartouche. Pedumtish. Copper ore. Why am I doing an entire thing for just copper ore? What? That's for later. That's for Iron Valley. Much, much later. And this last one... Actually, now I check my notes again. This one needs to be the stator's bin. So 2 stators. And there will be a car that is just holding copper ore. But if I remember correctly, I don't even want it as part of that train set, do I? Let's separate the train set. I hope I left myself enough room here. Just barely. Not even. Basically, there is going to be a later factory that's going to want all the freaking copper ore I can get a hold of. And there is a copper node down there. It's a pure one. And it will eventually get its own train just pulling from it. But for now, let's do Rocky Desert 1. Rocky Desert 2. Everything should be load only. For now, the one we care about, though, is this first one. Because that's going to load the EIBs and the stators and take them back to the main distribution hub. Great car, great car. For now, let's just start with... How close is this to the ground? What I want to do is just have a belt running pinned right up under the underside of the factory, running the whole way there. I don't know how practical that is, but let's find out. There should... Of course. Of course. Okay. New plan. We'll do belt stacks across the ground. If there's anyone that's confused about what happened there, essentially the conveyor lift floor hole that exits out of our finished product box was literally in the exact same spot as a pipe. So it's like, I would have to move one or the other, and I'm just like... Stacks, drag pillar. Now let's see. Does the drag pillar clip with the... Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely does. So let's just go around the staircase. Gonna go across the little river here. Now, if I'm figuring correctly, yeah, it's where we start having a little room on this end. So I'm going to switch from the 1 belt stack to the 2 belt stack. Actually, no, do the 3 belt stack. Because not only do we have the stators, we also have that copper ore belt. So... Oh yes, and also the hypertube. There is actually one of those hypertubes that is supposed to go out to the train station. That way. Is that gonna reach? Yep, it reaches. But does it reach here? Yes, it does. Hallelujah. Just barely, though. Do it like that. Or I could just go like that. I feel like that one just needs to be a flat-out lift. And that's where the copper ore is going to load. So... it's going the wrong way. Actually, no. That's going the right way. Now that I think it through, that's going to be kind of useless. Now, if all goes well, we should be loading EIVs. Why is it not moving? There are none in here. Why? It's still not loading. Load. I'm very confused right now. Why is that not loading? Covered in the IVs. Seems correct. I'm so confused. I'm just gonna take it down and rebuild it. I don't know why it's doing this. What? What is even... Okay. You know what? Fine, Satisfactory. You win. I'm going to restart you. This is baffling. I don't even know what's going on. You're back a sec, I guess. Okay, is it gonna work? Moment of truth. I don't know what I'm going to do if this doesn't work. I've never had this problem before. No change. Ugh. Belt's not moving. It's not loading. And it looks like it stopped again. What is happening? It's not like I'm trying to put them in the output. Rip it all down. Into the input. And it stops. Nothing's loading. Well, I'm confused. I have never had this problem. You know what? I have no idea. I'm going to do something else. Going to be the Caterium line that is eventually going to be part of the Stators. I'm betting all of these guys are just like, I'm full now. Nope, they're out of concrete. Let's go get that other limestone belt, shall we? Puppy? Puppy has brought me coal. Okay. I have coal. There's this other limestone node over here. Tap it. No nuclear waste this time, just coal. I could at least do something with the coal. As opposed to the train station that I just built that I can't do anything with, apparently. Yes, I'm still grumpy about that. Mostly because it's like, I haven't run into that particular bug before. And of course, this sort of thing would happen when it's on screen, you know? What I'm probably going to end up doing is going and offloading mods one at a time until the station works. Till I figure out who's at fault. That's going to be very time consuming though, and I don't want to sit there and do that on stream. That's going to be an off stream thing. Now, I seem to remember I did make a bin for inserting coal. Should be down here. Yes. Coal. Here, have some more. You'll make good use of it, I'm sure. Limestone belt. Because clearly our production of concrete is lacking in limestone, which is probably because this factory was built with Mark III miners in mind, which we do not have yet. There's always going to be one material that it's always going to be behind on. And considering the limestone nodes in this area are all normal instead of pure, that's probably going to be the one, yeah? Here. Power. Oh, I did that badly. Where do we want to insert this? I'm thinking somewhere over here on the right-hand side. Because that's where all the limestone belts are. Hi, Cat! How are you doing, Cat? Are you feeling any better? Well, Poke, talk to me. Not gonna do it that way. Yeah, I'm fine. Just got off work, just getting food. Yes, get food. Okay. Will this work? It's another conveyor lift hole going into a series of buildings, but it's not a train this time, so let's see if this works. Yeah, this limestone belt is still working. It's still going. Didn't stop and back up like the train did. It's something about the train specifically. Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually call stream here, because I have something else that me and the TransXP TTRPG folks are going to go do about this time. I'm going to poke at this train station a bit more, see if I can figure out what's wrong with it. In the meantime, who else is on? I think today's a good day. I don't see anybody else playing Satisfactory right now. But we have a few contenders in the not Satisfactory. All right. I don't even know who that is. What are they playing? Well, I'm game for making a new friend. Let's go meet Azure's friend, shall we? And I'm going to go poke at this train station and see if I can figure out what's wrong with it. Keep an eye on the blue sky. That's where I'm going to be posting any updates. And, you know, in case there's any schedule changes or anything, which there might be. We'll see. In the meantime, the current plan is, at least, Monday's going to be TransXP TTRPG, where we're playing Apocalypse World, apparently. I don't know anything about it. We'll find out. See you then.